Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Dhamma, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, oh Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, oh Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, oh Hare Hare, Nitai Gauda Haribo, 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 Nitai Gauda Haribo, Haribo, Gauda Haribo, Nitai Gauda Haribo, 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 Nitai Gauda Haribo. Jajo Jaya Prabhu Pa Prabhu Pa Prabhu Pa Jaya Prabhu Pa. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Gandharaj Bhagavatam Bhagavad Gita ki jai, Nitai Gaura Premanandi, Hari Hari Bol. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Gana. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Careful. Did we say it 3 times or 2 times? 3. So we're reading from Bhagavad Gita as it is by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. So the session that we have today, it's generally questions and answers. Do we have any questions? No. Okay, so the Bhagavad Gita basically is a conversation between Krishna and Arjuna, where Arjuna, who's the student, the disciple, or the representative of all of us, is presenting questions. So throughout the chapters, we find in each of the chapters, not in every chapter, there are some chapters that there's no questions. Arjuna presents questions on behalf of all of us, the living entities. So these are the, shall we say, eternal or existential questions that the living entity, that means you and I and everyone else, have. So fortnight, 2 weeks ago, we discussed chapter 2, text 7, which was about the question, the initial question that Arjuna presents to Krishna. And it's the question, what is best for me? Chapter 2, text number 7. Right? The famous verse, Karpanya dosopada sobaba, where Arjuna says a very important word that we find in various scriptures, and it's the word Shreyas. What is best for me? Shreyas. You see in the third line, the second word. But then there are other questions. And when Arjuna asks Krishna, what is best for me? Krishna answers, first of all, you have to understand that you are not the body. You are the soul. Whatever suffering we experience in this material world, in this material life, is because of the body and the mind. Right? Even whatever happens in nature, we have bushfires, we have floods, we have earthquakes, we have so many things. There are wars, there are, assault, accidents, etc. Everything has to do with the body and mind. So the first thing that Krishna tells Arjuna is, you have to understand that you are not the body. And because you are not the body, then the practical manifestation of that is, therefore, he says, you have to tolerate. I'm not the body. You tolerate. Srila Prabhupada gives example, but because we are attached to the body, then something happens to the body, you complain. God forbids, but if somebody crashes onto my car, then I get upset, right? Because I'm attached to my car, I need the car, it's my car. But in reality, I am different from the car. The same thing, the example that Krishna gives is that the body is like a cloth, right? We put a shirt, we put pants, skirts, dresses, whatever. But we are not the shirt. The shirt, the pants, the dresses, they get old, right? How many sets of clothes have you had in your lifetime? Impossible to remember. Impossible. How many times? When you were a little thing like this, right? And then you grew up, and then you grew up more, and then you kept, how many? How many colors? How many sets of different things? So Krishna says, just like when we change sets of clothes, in the same way we change bodies, right? Therefore, we need to tolerate. We need to tolerate. That's the first directive that Krishna gives. Tantitiksha sabharata, he says, right? Okay, so then he gives a comparatively a long lecture, which is in the second chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. You're not the body, you're the spirit soul. Therefore, whatever happens to the body, tolerate it. Because you're not the body. It's not as bad as we think. And then he goes on saying the body is eternal. The body cannot burn, cannot be destroyed, cannot be cut, etc. Right? So therefore, he says again and again, don't complain, don't lament about the body and whatever else happens around the body. Right? We are entangled with this body, but we also are entangled with other bodies, right? Wife and kids and dogs and cats and pets and whatever else and friends. Again, their body. And something happens to the body and then we suffer and we cry and we lament. So Krishna is saying, don't get confused. Don't get confused, because someone who has real knowledge, he says in text 13, Dhiras tatra namuyati. The person who's sober, the person who's wise. Na means no, muyati means confused. So don't get confused. That's the very first lesson of a spiritual life. Okay? But then, when Krishna describes around 30 verses, if not more, about this, you're not the body, you're not meant to lament, you don't really die, nobody dies. Yeah? I have told the story before that the first time I went to the Hare Krishna temple in South America, in Ecuador, was exactly because of one friend of mine had been killed in an accident. We were meant to go all together for a surfing trip. And they decided to not go with us to camp and surf, but they went to a, I don't know, what was it? What do you call? 15, Sweet 15. They call Sweet 16 here, right? When people turn 16, right? They have like a big, in South America, when you turn 15, that's the big number. So it's a big party, you know, and then you invite all your friends, and, you know, the parents throw a big feast, etc. So there was a party like that. So instead of coming with us, they went to 2-3 friends, they went to that. And then they were trying some new motorbike, and then they crashed, and one of them died on the spot. So we came back from our surfing trip, and we were all shocked. His nickname was the Pelican. Krishna bless him. So, because of his passing, and one of our best friends had joined the temple, so we went to the temple. And as soon as we went, a group of us, 5-6 of us, and we went to talk to our close friend, and we gave him the news. We said, first, let's sit down in a park outside the temple. And then we said, we have bad news. So, and he was super cool, transcendental. He shaved his head. He had long hair, but he shaved his hair. And then we say, the pelican is dead. And then he's like, and then he had the Bhagavad Gita. And then he opened the Bhagavad Gita. And then he read the Sanskrit that was already mesmerizing for us. He read the Sanskrit. And then he read the translation. And then he said, he's not dead. He said, we said, we have bad news. And he said, I have good news. He's not dead. What do you mean he's not dead? He's dead. You know? We already put him in the grave and the whole thing. And he says, no, he's not dead. The body is dead, but the soul never dies. He's just gone somewhere else. We don't know exactly where. So I never heard something like this. I never have heard any philosophy close to it. I mean, I was a young boy too. So I remember that stuck in my mind. I thought, wow, this is amazing. This is really, you know, something that it's extraordinary. So that's the first thing that Krishna tells Arjuna. The first question that Arjuna asks is, what was the first question? What is best for me? That's the first question. The first question in life we have to ask, what is best for me? Right? Generally we say, what's the best job? What's the best career? What's the best partner? The best place? The best food? But here, Arjuna is asking, what is the best spiritual thing for me? That's the first question. After the whole lecture, the whole set of instructions that Krishna gives to Arjuna, we find a very interesting question. You see, the Bhagavad Gita is like a mountain. And the mountain is, you have a trail, right? And then you go, and there's edge on one side, and there's the other edge of the trail. So in order for us to follow that trail up to the top of the mountain, top of the hill, on one side we have Arjuna's questions. So it's interesting, it's important for us to read the Gita and identify where are the questions. How many questions are there in the second chapter? That's when the Gita really starts. So the second question that Arjuna presents to Krishna is, I'm paraphrasing, we find in text number 54. Right? Arjuna said, we're going to read it. Today's topic is questions and answers. So questions and answers are the questions that Arjuna presents and the answers that Krishna gives. So this is the question. Arjuna said, text 54, O Krishna, what are the symptoms of one whose consciousness is thus merged in transcendence? Right? He is asking this question because Krishna was explaining. These are the characteristics. Someone who doesn't lament. Someone who understands that it's not the body, that is the spirit soul. Right? Someone who understands his eternality in terms of his identity. So Arjuna says, like a good student, okay, so you're talking about this. How can I identify someone who is like that? Someone who's absorbed in that consciousness. And then he continues asking specific details. He says, how does he speak? And what is his language? How does he sit? And how does he walk? Very interesting. Srila Prabhupada explains about this. He says, as there are symptoms for each and every man, that's humanity, that's women, in terms of his particular situation, similarly, one who's Krishna conscious has his particular nature, talking, walking, thinking, feeling, etc. Srila Prabhupada continues. He says, as a rich man has his symptoms by which he is known as a rich man, as a deceased man has his symptoms by which he is known as deceased, or as a learned man has his symptoms, so a man in transcendental consciousness of Krishna has specific symptoms in various dealings. So we learn the symptoms, right? One may look very beautiful or very knowledgeable, very distinguished, but as soon as the person opens his or her mouth, then we know. We know. Why? Because by the person's expressions, right, and dealings, then we understand, oh, he's a nice person. It's not just because beautiful or big or appears very rich or anything like that. When the person opens their mouth, then we know, okay, this person is actually nice. You know, he spoke to me nicely or treated me nicely like that. So he's a nice person, right? Not only the external. Right? So this is the second question that we find in the Bhagavad Gita. Okay? So chapter 2, we have 2 questions. Is that correct? Right? Now, we continue. In chapter 3, we go on to we're going fast, going up the hill very fast. In chapter 3, in the, I believe it's the first verse, or second verse, I think it is. In the first verse of chapter 3, Krishna asks another question. You see, these 72 verses from chapters 2 contain a lot of information. It's what's called Sankhya. Sankhya means the categorization of knowledge. All the categories are there. So it is mentioned the Atma Yoga, Atma Gyan, the knowledge about the self. Then Karma Yoga, Karma Gyan is also presented here. And also Bhakti has been very simplified, very succinctly presented. So after all this big lecture that he received in chapter 2, Arjuna asks a question. Okay, so you told me about I'm not the body, I'm the soul. You told me that there is a different platform, a transcendental platform. You told me that at the end of life, I can come back to that spiritual platform, spiritual world. You told me all these things. But here I am in the middle of the battlefield, and I'm about to fight, right? So, why is it that all these talks about spirituality, and now I have to go and work? I have to go to the office at 7 a.m. and I don't want to. I want to go and do all these things that I dislike, right? Sometimes we have that feeling. We don't want to go to work, or we don't want to go to school. So Arjuna asks in chapter 3, text number 1, O Janardana, O Keshava, these are names of Krishna. Why do you want to engage me in this ghastly warfare? Ghastly is horrible, huh? If you think that intelligence is better than fruitive work. Yeah, intelligence referring to spiritual intelligence. Okay? So he says the same thing. Again, he uses the same word. Shreyas. Text number 2. Jena Shreya Ham Apnuyam. My intelligence is bewildered by your equivocal instructions. Because on one hand, he's telling me, I'm not the body, I'm a spirit soul. On the other hand, he's saying, you have to fight. You're a soldier. You have to do your duty. So he says again, therefore, Please tell me decisively which will be the most beneficial for me. The same thing. What is best for me? What is best for me? Krishna is not telling us to not study. Krishna is not telling us to not work or to get married or to have kids or to pay taxes. He's not saying that. What he's saying, and he will explain that in this chapter, chapter 3. He's saying spiritualize all that. You may not be the body. We are not the body. But you can spiritualize your body. How? By using the body for a spiritual purpose. Then the body is purified. Huh? The example that Prabhupada gives is just like a knife. Right? A knife has a purpose. The knife, it's used to chop, for example. Or in the case of a surgeon, he used to save someone's life. Correct? That's the proper use of a knife or scalpel, something like that. But a criminal or a crazy person may use a knife to attack someone else, correct? That's criminal. That's punishable. Right? That's illegal. So, in the same way, whatever material we have, whether it's money or body or friends or family or whatever it is, can be spiritualized as long as it is used for the right purpose. That's the message. Okay, so he wraps it up in this way in chapter 3. So, we found how many questions in chapter 2? 2, right? Okay. So, in chapter 3, we have found one question, right? Towards the end of chapter 3, Arjuna again presents another very interesting question. Very interesting for those who are trying to practice a spiritual life, and in fact, for everybody who wants to be a good person. This is a universal question. And we find that question in text number 36, if I'm not mistaken. 36. This is the question that Arjuna presents. Right? I'm going to paraphrase it so you understand. After all what you told me in chapter 2, and after all what you explained me in chapter 3, still there are forces. Sometimes you want to be good. I remember as a little kid, very naughty, my mother used to tell me, don't go and play with those kids in the corner, South America, maybe like in India. The kids go and play cricket or play soccer, and do naughty things. Yeah, they throw stones or tease somebody, go and knock on the door of somebody and run, all those things. So remember my mother used to tell me, don't do those things. Don't hang out with those boys because they're going to get you in trouble. Right? So sure enough, as soon as my mom left, immediately I would go and play because it was more fun. Right? Then we'll do stupid things and get in trouble like that. So Arjuna asked the question to Krishna. You're saying all these beautiful things, but then we often don't do the right thing. Right? Cross the red light, cross the stop sign. We know it's wrong, but you think, just let me do it. Right? We just get dragged by that passion. So Arjuna asks, O descendant of Vrishni, he's addressing Krishna, by what is one impelled to sinful acts, even unwillingly, as if engaged by force? Why do we do the wrong thing? Right? Generally, when people go to court and then, they have done something, especially if they are teenagers or they are a little humble, the judge sometimes scold them. What were you thinking? Why would you do something so crazy, something so stupid? What? You're supposed to be more thoughtful, more conscious, more responsible. So that's another question. That's the fourth question so far. Correct? 1, 2. In chapter 2 and in chapter 3, we have 2 more. So this is the fourth question that Arjuna presents. So let's see what Krishna answers. This topic today is question and answers from the Bhagavad Gita. So Krishna explains, the Supreme Personality of God has said, it is lust only, Arjuna, which is born of contact with the material mode of passion, and later transform into wrath. Wrath means anger. and which is the all-devouring sinful enemy of this world. Lust normally is considered that sexual appetite or attraction to go and enjoy something. But in general, lust is the unrestricted desire to enjoy things, particularly this body and other bodies and everything else, right? We went to the shops with my wife and we found these gigantic televisions. I mean, immense. You know, I don't know if there's a new size or something. My wife says, "Does people buy these things? It's huge. It's like 1/3 of this glass doors. You know, it's like gigantic. It's like massive. Like, wow." And anyway, and they are throwing a sale. And it's so cheap, comparatively, yeah. But it's lust. It's just, okay, I want to enjoy watching this, or watching sports, or watching this thing. So lust is that desire, unrestricted desire to enjoy what we see, or what we can touch, or what we can taste, or what we can smell. Yeah? So it is compared in other scripture, the Upadeshamrita, nectar of instruction, that we need to control the senses. And one of the most difficult senses to control are the eyes. The eyes are like, you know what's the fastest predator? You must know, it's very famous animal. The fastest predator. The one who, faster than that one. Fastest. What? No. It's around there. It's a cousin of them. It's the cheetah. It's kind of a leopard. It's a feline, you know. They see you, and I forgot now. I used to know the kilometers per hour that I can put in a few seconds. It's like 70 kilometers in just a few seconds. So the prey won't escape. So the same way, the eyes are like that. The eyes see something, and there's like a couple of cheetahs there. Why do you think that every time you go to a shopping center, there are all these mannequins out there, right? And gigantic billboards, right? And there's a guy or a girl modeling something, right? And doing all funny faces. And it's like, what? No, with my wife, generally we joke, he says, she looks hungry. Or he looks confused. There's a kid there, you know, with a hair like this and a hat like that, and looks depressed. We always joke like that, you know. You go to the airports, it's even worse. You know, it's bigger and shiny and lights and all that. Why? Because the moment you see, I mean, it's not appealing for us, particularly, not in that sense. But generally people think, oh, this is cool. I want to wear that watch. Another big thing that marketing agencies do, they put famous people, you know, all these big stars, movie stars, rock stars, music singers and all that. And then you see, and oh, he's wearing that. Oh, I have to buy that. It costs $2,000, you know, 150 times more than a normal watch. But, oh, he has it. If I put it, I'm going to look a little bit like him or her. It's total illusion. You're the same. I am the same ugly person, just with a super expensive watch. It doesn't going to make much of a difference. And nobody's going to notice it anyway. But it's the illusion. But it's the eyes. The ayatobi sayapunsam. Every time we see something, if we see it again, and if we see it again, and if we see it again, we're going to develop an attachment. And then we think, that's a beautiful car. And it's only $28,000. It's not too bad. Right? And the more you see it, and the more you think about it, the more attached you become. And then one day you say, as soon as I get my pay rise, or as soon as I get my first job, or I get my promotion, I'm going to buy that car. And then off you go. And that's how the world functions. So this Krishna here in this section, he's saying that it's only lust. Right? And then further he explains how it works. By contemplating the object of the senses, we develop attachment to them. And then attachment, it goes like that, you know. And then you want to grab it, and if you don't grab it, then you get angry, And then you again fall into the cycle of birth and death, basically. So that's another important question. That's the fourth question that we find in the Bhagavad Gita. Should we keep going? Yeah? We're going up the hill. Okay, so that's it in chapter 3. No more questions from Arjuna. And as I said, this is a trail. It's a road that we are following, climbing up the hill. On one side, we have Arjuna's questions. And on the other hand, we have Krishna's answers. Now you may say, oh, but it's too many verses, 700 verses and like 1,000 pages. Yeah, nearly 1,000 pages. So what Krishna does something very, very clever. If I ask you, for example, who is your favorite teacher in school? Do you remember? Favorite teacher, primary school or high school? Do you remember? You don't have to tell me, but do you remember your favorite teacher, right? What was his or her characteristic, right? Would you say? Was nice, kind, what else? Anything? Intelligent, anything else? Huh? Beautiful, yeah? I remember the best teachers that I had were, what you're saying, nice people and all that, but they were very funny. And they were use ways of teaching that would make us think. It will be very different. Others we hated, it's boring. What time we go? I want to go and play soccer. I want to go back. I want to go home or whatever. But these ones, they kept you enthralled in the stories and the exercises, and they will do different, and then you will forget that you're in school. You're thinking, oh my God, this, the First World War, the Second World War, and they'll tell stories, things like that. So Arjuna is presenting these questions, and Krishna, as a teacher, he's giving the best answers, and he uses techniques. And what is the techniques? The technique that he uses? Analogies. He compares things. I already mentioned some things before. Krishna, for example, compares the body to the cloth, to a set of clothes, right? And then he says, just like you change clothes every day, hopefully, right? We change clothes every day, right? So, in the same way, we change clothes at the time of death. That's an analogy. And there's so many analogies. Another analogy that Krishna uses is, for example, the transcendentalist is very peaceful, very calm. It's just like the ocean. The ocean is always there. So it's a low tide and high tide. High tide, low tide. But it's always there, right? Occasionally there's a tsunami or something like that. But normally it's there. You know what it is, and it's always there. High tide, low tide, high tide, low tide. So in the same way, somebody who's, how do you say that in English? He's self-control. So he's always like that. He's always reliable. You know how she or he is. They're always the same. Nice or, gentle or whatever, right? But then you have somebody who's not so stable. And then his or her mind will go up like this. And then one day super nice. And then the next day super horrible. Have you met those people? Yeah, I work in that field. Is that you're volunteering or those? We all are a little like that, but we have low tide and high tide. Sometimes we are nicer, sometimes we're not so nice, but we try to be in the middle like that, Okay, so that's the question. We have the analogies, and then we have the answers in the form of questions, okay? Now we are jumping onto, what's the next chapter? Chapter 4. Chapter 4, it's a very interesting chapter. It's transcendental knowledge. What does transcendental knowledge mean? We don't have time for that. But we find a very interesting question here. And the question, we find it in text number 4. 4. It's easy to remember. Chapter 4, text number 4. And what is the question? What is the question that Arjuna asks? This is a very interesting question. Okay? And I know it sounds a little, how do you say, far out. Far out. That's how the youngsters will say. It's far out, Dad. That's what my kids say. It's a very far out question. But imagine if you are standing in front of God, Bhagavan, Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and you ask him this question. First of all, what question would you ask? If Krishna comes knocking on your door, what question would you ask? Where should I invest my money? Whatever little money I have. When am I going to die? Or whatever. I don't know. That's up to you. But this is a question that Arjuna asks Krishna. And again, I'm paraphrasing first and then we read the question. The question essentially is, are we equal? Right? You see, Krishna has a form. How many arms does he have? How many arms? He's there. You don't have to look far. How many arms does he have? Huh? 3? 2? Agree? Everyone agree? Okay. 2 arms. How many legs does he have? How many eyes? Ears? In other words, it's just like us. Yeah? How many arms? How many legs? How many fingers? Exactly like us. I mean, I'm objective about this, yeah? Is it true or not? So, somebody may think, okay, why is he God and why I'm not God? Why I'm not up there? Right? And then you get the offerings and you get all the garlands and some people come and dress you and give you money and everything. Huh? Would be nice to be God. So, Arjuna, for the sake of instructing us, representing us, he asked Krishna, are we equal? Right? Are we equal? That's basically the question. But why is this question? The context is because Krishna says before this, I have taught these science of yoga, bhakti yoga, to Vivaswan, who's the sun god, right? Surya, Vivaswan, yeah. And then he taught the same to his son, Manu, right? The first progenitor. And then Manu gave it to his sons, like the great kings and like that. So the question is, when Arjuna heard that, he said, but Vivaswan, he's senior than you. He's much older than you. The sun has been there before you apparently took birth. So he's senior than you. You have 2 hands, 2 legs, 2 arms, etc. Like me. Are we equal? And then Krishna, that's why it's called transcendental knowledge, because Krishna is explaining his transcendental nature. In chapter 2, he explained your transcendental nature originally. You're not the body, you are the soul. But here he's explaining his transcendental nature. And that's why this chapter is called Transcendental Knowledge. And then he says, this is questions and answers, right? This is the title of this presentation. So the Supreme Personality, the Personality of Godhead said, many, many births, both of you and I have passed. Huh? I can remember all of them, but you cannot. Bienvenido. I can remember all my previous births, but you cannot. Can you remember previous births? Some people can, they say, right? They do these regressions. So Krishna starts explaining in this chapter that although we may look the same, right? Comparatively, somewhat, in certain features, we're not the same. Even the Bible says, right? If I may quote the Bible. I studied 12 years in a Catholic school, so I know a little bit. In the Bible, it is said that man is created by the image and semblance of God. By the image and semblance of God. So we resemble each other, right? So there are certain features that are resembled in us, humans, shall we say. So basically, Krishna answers, no, we are not the same. I am conscious, eternally, transcendentally conscious, but you are not. You fall under illusion and you forget. right? Essentially. And then he starts explaining the reasons why he appears. Okay? So how many questions? Who's keeping track? How many questions? How many? We have 5? This one is a question. Okay, so 5 questions? Okay. So in chapter 2, 2 questions. In chapter 3, 2 questions. In chapter 4, 1 question. So we have 5 questions so far. Let's see how far we get, at least in chapter 6. Okay, so after that, there's no more questions in that. Arjuna is like a good student that is attentively, sometimes when kids are a bit naughty and the teacher comes in, says, okay, you speak Hindi? Okay. So how do you say in Hindi? Shut up. How do you say? Chup. Chup karo in Bengali, Hindi, yeah? That you know what that means. When father says shut up, or mother, even worse, or the teacher, you have to keep quiet. So no more questions. And then we change into chapter 5. Chapter 5 is really, really amazing. Karma Yoga, action in Krishna consciousness. Then we find a very interesting question. Very interesting question. Who remembers what was the first question that Arjuna asked? What's best for me, yeah? So you remember that. If you forget everything that we said, at least remember that one. That's a question that you can take with you for the rest of your life. From the cradle to the grave. Okay, we go back. We already said, Krishna says, first understand that you're not the body. Understand that you're the soul. And the soul has 3 characteristics. You're eternal, so you don't ever die. You will never die. It's a nice news, right? Second, that you have wisdom or knowledge within you, in your consciousness. You know what is right. You know. Right? Naturally. And thirdly, we all are looking for happiness. If I ask the same question in this room, most probably, unless we are affected emotionally or mentally, psychologically, we all want to be happy. We agree? So the Shastra, the scriptures explain, we all want to be happy. So we need to, just like a fish looks for water, the soul needs to look for a spiritual life. And then we will be satisfied. That's the short answer. So we get into chapter 5. In chapter 5, we find a very interesting, you see, Krishna is called, one of his names is Mahaprabhu. Prabhu means master. So Mahaprabhu means the great master. So as the great teacher, he uses, right? What was one of the characteristics that you said of your favorite teacher? Intelligent, clever, right? Oh, he said this here, and I already forgot what he said in the beginning of the class, but he's saying now this. So he's connecting, but he's following the same line, and we don't even perceive that. We don't even realize that. So listen to this question, and I'm not going to explain anything, but I want you to tell me, what do you get from this question? So this will be the, what question? Number 6. Okay. Arjuna said, "Oh Krishna, please listen attentively, yeah? And I'm sure that you will get it. First of all, you asked me to renounce work. And then again, you recommend work with devotion." Yeah, we follow? Yeah. Now, will you kindly tell me definitely which of the 2 is more beneficial? Is it? Should I read it again, or are you okay? Everyone got it? Yeah? So what is Arjuna asking here? We just read it. What is he asking here? I have to renounce, or do I have to work with devotion? Because in the beginning he says you have to renounce. Renounce, you're not the body, so whatever the body, yeah. So what he's doing a question that it's a confirmation. It's what we can say it's a confirmation question. Like sometimes you go to buy something, right? And then they say, oh, it's 70% off. That sounds like a trick, yeah, Mate? 70%? No, cannot be. So yeah, Sometimes with my wife we do that. Is this price? Is it, 70% off? Because you don't want to go to pay and then they charge you. It's just 7% off. It's like, what? Is it 70%? Is it real? Is it, yeah? So what Arjuna is asking is this the real thing? You're asking me to renounce it to work with devotion. Is that what you're asking me? So he says, can you kindly tell me definitely which of the two is more beneficial? He already has explained, but he just wants to. It's like you scratch your head and you think, is this really what you're saying? 70% off? Cannot be. Right? So that's a very important question. And guess what? You speak Hindi, right? Do you know Sanskrit? It's quite similar. For you, Bhagavad Gita is simple, right? Easier than us. But in the third line, the Sanskrit, he uses the same word. What was the word? Remember what's the word for the best for me? Shreyas. Again, he uses it here. So far in this quick analysis of Arjuna's questions, we have found that word 3 times. 2.7, 3.1, and 3.2 I think it is. 3.2 and 5.1. The same Sanskrit word Krishna uses. So you see, that's the hook. It's linking them. So Arjuna, now we may say, okay, well that's Arjuna asking, but Krishna is controlling. So he's prompting him to ask. Like I'm prompting you to ask like that. Krishna is like that. Sometimes in teaching you do that. So that's the other question. Now the answer, what does Krishna answer? The personality of Godhead replied, the renunciation of work and work in devotion are both good for liberation. That's half the verse. Yeah? They're both good. But of the two, work in devotional service, it's better than renunciation of work. Is that clear? Work in devotion is better than renunciation. Renunciation of work or working in a renounced way, it's good. To be selfless is better than being selfish. Yeah? But to being a worker for Krishna, a servant of Krishna, it's better than both. Yeah? It's better. Yeah? So, that's what number of question is this? 6 questions. So we have reached chapter 5, and I think there's no more questions in this chapter, if I'm not mistaken. You remember, Ganga Mate? No more questions? In chapter 5? Oh, okay. So if not, we blame you. Okay, it's a relatively short chapter. We find many beautiful things. If you want to check yourself and how you're doing in life, I recommend read this chapter 5. Because the characteristics of a transcendentalist or a person who's advancing are described here. And that's why it's called Karma Yoga, action in Krishna consciousness. How do you put in action, or how do you implement in practice this process of Bhakti Yoga, Krishna consciousness? Okay, so final chapter of this section. We can continue 2 weeks from now. All right, so chapter 6 is called Dhyana Yoga, or the yoga of thinking, or the yoga of meditation. Right? The function of the mind is to think. And specifically, in the spiritual terms, the most important function of the mind is to meditate. What does meditate mean? Meditate means, etymologically, to put your mind in the middle. Meditate. Like Mediterranean, right? I don't know if I'm pronouncing it properly. That means in the middle, right? All right. So here we also find a very important question, right? Do you remember, Mate? I'm sorry. I know you will remember when I say it. Okay, you see, Krishna has given amazing instructions about you, what you are not, what you are, identity-wise. He also has given information about what you should do, chapter 3, Karma Yoga. He also has given information about himself, our source, in chapter 4. What's the chapter 4 title? Transcendental Knowledge. And in chapter 5, Karma Yoga, Action in Krishna Consciousness, how can we test if we are really doing good or not? Now, in chapter 6, the final chapter of the first section of the Bhagavad Gita, we find a very, very interesting question. This is the final question. We'll finish with that. And if you have questions, then you can ask. Arjuna asked in text number 37. Está muy bien, muy bueno, muy bueno. Está bien. Spanish, he speaks Italian, huh? He speaks Italian. Italian, Spanish, and I'm sure. So, Arjuna asked a very important question, and this is the final question of this section. Okay, and it's like saying, okay, now you told me I'm not the body, I'm the soul. Now you told me I have to work with a spiritual purpose. And you told me that I have to learn about you, your transcendental personality. And you told me about how to apply this in my life. All that. That's good, right? Yeah, sounds good. And he also asked why sometimes we act wrongly. In chapter 3, remember? Why we do what we shouldn't do. Why did I go and play with my naughty friends when my mother told me that I would get in trouble? And then there I was, in detention, as they call, in the school. So, Arjuna asked the final question of this section, and this is the question. He said, what happens, I'm paraphrasing, what happens if after all what you explain and all that I endeavor to apply in my life, in the spiritual sense, I fail? What if we fail? Right? Sometimes that happens, right? What if I fail? That's the question. So Arjuna asks, "O Krishna, what is the destination of the unsuccessful transcendentalist who in the beginning takes to the process of self-realization with faith, but later desists due to worldly mindedness and thus does not attain perfection in mysticism? What if we fail? What if we fall?" Sometimes we hear that, spiritual people, religious people. Sometimes something happens and there's a crash, a scandal. What then? Yeah? So that would be what? Question number 7. So we found 7 questions in this first section. Are we right? Are you keeping count? Huh? What are you studying? Accounting? What are you studying? Business. So both. All right. So we trust you then. Okay. So is that okay? Does that give a context of the section? It's very important. This is the basis. Now, do you want to know the answer? You want to know the answer? Okay. What if we fall? What if I fail? What if some crash, tragedy happens in my spiritual life? This is what Krishna says. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, son of Prita, Mother Kunti. Prita is the name of Kunti. A transcendentalist engaged in auspicious activities. This is beautiful. I request that you take, just like the first question that Arjuna asked, take this. This is, when you take a container, you take, you put a takeaway, and you seal it there, and then somebody says, "Oh, but take this little sweet." Oh, okay, that would be nice. Okay, so this is the sweet, what do you say? The cherry on top of the ice cream or the cake. A transcendentalist engaged in auspicious activities does not meet with destruction, either in this world or in the spiritual world. This is the takeaway. Remember this. One who does good, my friend, is never overcome by evil. One who does good, my friend, is never overcome by evil. It's nice, isn't it? Krishna is a nice person. Remember your best favorite teacher? Krishna is our favorite teacher now. He's nice. He's intelligent. He's beautiful. And he's very kind. So he said, one who does good is never overcome by evil. So if we try to do good, right, even if we fail, even if we fall, right, there is good things to be harvested later on. And then he says, in the next life, yeah, the unsuccessful yogi, after many, many years of enjoyment in the planets of the pious living entities, that means in heaven, it's born into a family, back to earth, of righteous people, or into a family of rich aristocracy. So you don't have to worry about money. You don't have to worry about working and PRs and all these sort of things that sometimes we have to worry. Right? On taking such a birth, he revives his divine consciousness of his previous life, and he continues. He again tries to make further progress in order to achieve complete success. Oh, son of Kuru. So you're climbing the mountain of the Bhagavad Gita, but you try for some time, but then you slip off. What do you do? What do you do? Get up and continue. Oh, I slipped. Oh, let me roll down the hill. Brrr. No, that's silly. You already did some effort. You already went hundreds of meters or whatever up. You already made effort to become vegetarian. Drugs, alcohol, illicit sex, so many things. You already made an effort to come to the temple, to learn about Krishna, to chant his name, to see his form. Why not continue? And if it's not in this lifetime, in the next life. Krishna says, in the next life. And many of the devotees or people who come to the temple or to this process have started already. So this is just a continuation. All right. So we stop now. Any questions? How many questions we covered? 7. 7 questions. So let's remember, 7 questions in 6 chapters, we say, yeah? But we have covered, it's from chapter 2, so it's chapter 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So it's only 5 chapters, and we find 7 questions in these 5 chapters. Okay? Any questions? Those were enough. Do you have a question? Okay, go for it. Nah, I repeat it. The most important one, the most pressing one. Okay, so let me repeat. So the question is, when Arjuna asked how to identify a transcendentalist, and because the questioner is studying a nonviolent communication, which is a communication style or method, format, then? Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Acha. So, because in practicing NVC, we need to be, nonviolent in our expressions. Sometimes the person who asking the question is asking, so I try to contain myself and be nice and this and that. But sometimes there's that urge to express what I feel, and therefore, because we are in this community and we're surrounded by devotees, there's the risk to commit offenses. Yeah? So the question would be, in essence, how we express our feelings, our emotions, our thoughts without offending devotees. Correct? Okay. Short answer, with a lot of difficulty and with a lot of time. Longer answer is we have to practice and we have to pray. Because whatever capacities we have, as Krishna says, come from Krishna. And normally the masters, the exemplary masters or the acharyas, they generally, when they open up their mind in their poems and songs, they generally say, I'm so bad. I'm so low. I have no intelligence. I have no vision, no capacity to understand or discriminate. I have nothing but bad qualities. So immediately that's like, okay, there's no room for me defending my ego or my, eloquence or brightness or anything like that. So, in other words, we have to be humble, but that takes a lot of effort. It's not easy. I mean, I would like it to be easy, but it's not easy. And quite probable, we will commit and continue to commit mistakes and some offenses. But my Guru Maharaj, Jayapataka Maharaj, he said once in Mayapur, and there was a meeting, and some people asked about that because I differ from what you think, and you think this way, but then, and then it appears that it's offensive. And he says, no, the intention should be good, but you have to mind what you said and watch your words. That's one thing. The other thing is that every day in the morning here in the temple, after the Mongol Artik, there's one of the practices that we say to all the devotees, all the Vaishnavas, devotees of the Lord, please forgive my offenses. There's mantras. So every morning, whether we're in the temple or elsewhere, one of the practices is that we have to pray, my dear devotees, and everyone else, please forgive whatever mistakes, whatever offense, whatever insult, willingly or unwillingly, we have committed. Right? That's the idea. So every day, it's daily. For example, in regards of offenses, in the Shastra, it is explained that generally we commit crimes. We may say murder. Not murder, but we're killing. Right? You know that? There are, 4 or 5 things that you commit a crime, shall we say, in terms of karma. Every time you walk, most probably you're going to kill an insect. Correct? Every time you plant something, when you do gardening, unknowingly you're killing something. What else? Breathing, right? Eating. I think it's 4 or 5, like that. Or cleaning, I think it's the other one. I think it's 5. Panchapapam, I think it's called, yeah? So sometimes unknowingly you are committing a mistake and you kill something, So it is explained that sometimes we unconsciously or unknowingly we do something, and like when we relate to others, we may say something. So every night or every morning, every day, we should be conscious. I may have committed some mistakes, sometimes knowingly, sometimes unknowingly. Please, Krishna, forgive me. I didn't want to. And if you can, and if you have committed something or said something wrong to someone, and if you're conscious of that, the best thing is just to say, what's the most powerful word in conflict resolution, Ghana? Sorry. There are many songs about that one. All right? So you say sorry. And that's it. Huh? Simple. All right. So thank you for your questions. We save them for next sessions. Thank you so much for your help in counting the questions by Arjuna. How many questions? 7. Perfect. Okay. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Bhagavad Gita ki Gaur Pramanandi.
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhav Daite Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhav Daite Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite Damodara Rati Vardana Pese Hari Nishkuta Vrinda Vipine Se Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite Vrishabhanudadi Navasasileke Lalita Saki Guna Ramita Vishake Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhav Daite Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhav Daite गोकुल तारुणी मंडल महिते गोकुल तारुणी मंडल महिते करुणां कुरु मयि करुणावरीते सनक सनतन बानित चरिते राधे जय जय माधव दैते राधे जय जय माधव दैते गोकुल तारुणी मंडल महिते गोकुल तारुणी मंडल महिते हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे जय जय गौरचंदे आरतिक शोभा जानवी तात बाने जगमान लोभा दक्षिणे निताय चांदवामे गोदाथा निकते आदेत श्रीनी बाशुचात्र नार हिब बसी अच्छे गौरचंद रत्न सिंह साने आरती कौरेन ब्रह्मा अधिदेव काने नारा हरि आदि कोरी चमर धूलाय संजय मुकुंद वासु घोषादिगाय शंका बाजे घंट बाजे भजेकार ताल मधुरा मृदंग भाजे परमा रसाल शंख बाजे कंत बाजे मथुर 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 बाजे शंख बाजे गंत बाजे मथुर माधुर मथुर बाजे शंख बाजे गंत बाजे मथुर माधुर मधुर बाजे शंख बाजे घंट बाजे मथुर माधुर मधुर बाजे मथुर माधुर मधुर बाजे मथुर माधुर मधुर बाजे निताय गौर हरि बोल 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 Hari Bol. Hi Bahu Koti Chanda Jini Vadana Yudala Gala Dese Vanamala Kore Jala Mala Shiva Sukha Narada Premi Gada Gada Bhakti Vinoda Deke Gaurara Sangpada Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arutika Sobha Jano Vitata Vane Jagamana Lobha Gaurange Arutik Sobha Jagajana Manalubha Gaurange Arutik Sobha Jaga Jana Manalubha Gaurange Arutik Sobha Jaga Jana Manalubha Gaurange Arutik Sobha Jagajanna Manalubha Jagajanna Manalubha Jagajanna Manalubha Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Navine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesa Shunyabadi Paschatyadesu Tarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chai Tanna Prabhu Nitya Nanda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrindate Chaitanya Prabhu Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Nitai Gauranga. Jai Satinandana Gaura Hari. Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Nitai Gauranga. Jai Satinandana Gaura Hari. Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Nitai Gauranga. Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Nitai Gauranga. Jai Satchinandana Gaura Hari. Jai Satchinandana Gaura Hari. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Jai Gaura Nitai Jai Gaura Nitai Jai Gaura Nitai Jai Gaura Nitai Jai Krishna Balaram Jai Giri Govardhan Jai Krishna Balaram Jai Giri Govardhan Jaya Radha Govardhan Hari Radha Govardhan Hari Radhe Jaya Prabhupada Jai Prabhupada Jai Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Sri Sri Gaur Nitai Ki Sri Sri Krishna Balaram Ji Ki Giriraj Govardhan Dhari Ki Sri Sri Radha Govardhan Dhari Ki Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Gaur Premanandi Hari Hari Bol Okay, we're going to do Nrsinga prayers. You ready to do some Nrsinga prayers? Namaste Narsinghaya Namaste Narsinghaya Prahlad Lad Daine. Prahlad Daine. Hiranyakoshi Purvaksaha Hiranyakoshi Purvaksaha Silatanka Nakanaye Sila Tanka Nakalaye Ito Nrsimha Parato Nrsimha Ito Nrsimha Parato Nrsimha Jato Jato Yami Tato Nrsimha Jato Jato Yami Tato Nrsimha Bohi Nrsimha Hridaye Nrsimha Bohi Nrsimha Hridaye Nrsimha Nrsimha Mading Sara Nang Prapade Narsimha Mading Sara Nang Prapade Tava Kara Kamalavare Naka Adbhuta Sringa Dolita Hiranyakashipu Tanu Bringam Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Tava Kana Kamalavare Naka Adbhuta Saringa Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanu Bringam Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Tava Kara Kamalavare Naka Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Jayo Prahlad Nrsimha Jai Prahlad Nrsimha Jayo Prahlad Nrsimha Jayo Prahlad Nrsimha Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Bhakti Vigna Vinasan Sri Nrsimhare Bhagavan ki Bhaktaraj Prahlad Maharaj ki Srila Prabhupada ki Sri Sri Gaunitai ki Sri Sri Krishna Balaram ki Giriraj Govardhan ki Sri Sri Radha Govardhan ki Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda ki Gaur Premanandi Hari Hari Bol Vanchakalpadurubhyasya kripa sindhubheva cha Patitanang pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo namo namah Ananta Koti Vaishnavrinda ki jai. Bolo. Got second.